was all very much pre-me. This had been going on so long. I think he was conversant with it, whereas I really wasn't.
We can go back on the live stream. Thank you. In relation to the document MPS 0749288, it's at tab B101 of the bundle, please. This is an MPS Directorate of Legal Services attendance note dated the 14th of September 2004, and it records a meeting with you, DIHN53, and an MPS solicitor. It's heavily redacted because it concerns legally, professionally privileged material. But if we can go over the page, please. We see here in the unredacted section that someone whose name has been redacted asked whether there was a sexual relationship between HB, who we understand to be Hawke's Bay or Mr. Dines, and HS, Helen Steele. And it records HN53 said there was, but that HB maintained his objectivity. JWU, Janet Williams, said that such a relationship would not have been disproved of then, although it is now. This is an attendance note written by an MPS solicitor. Would you accept, first of all, that a lawyer from the MPS is likely to be trying to keep a full and accurate record of this meeting, of what was said by who?
Yes.
And there would be no reason whatsoever for such a lawyer to record someone saying something in that meeting which they had not in fact said, would there?
I don't think I did say it.
Well, what is the reason to think that this note, recorded by an MPS Directorate of Legal Services lawyer, who presumably is faithfully trying to record accurately what's said at the meeting and by who, what is the basis for thinking that this note is inaccurate?
It is a bit Kafkaesque in that, you know, it's completely redacted except for one remark I'm supposed to have made. There's no context for me. It's so difficult, 20 odd years later. But I don't remember ever saying that, and I did not know there was a sexual relationship. Why he or she, I don't even remember the meeting. I don't even know if the meeting took place. If you tell me it did and it was recorded by an MPS lawyer, of course it must have done, but I honestly don't remember it. And I would have remembered saying that, and I didn't.
How can you be so sure now, given that you can't recall the meeting?
Because I never knew about the sexual relationships. If I'd have known about the sexual relationships, I would have done something about it.
Well, is that right? Is the reality that you were indeed told at that meeting, as this very clearly and boldly records, but it was not a significant piece of information because sexual relationships were tacitly accepted to have happened undercover?
No.
And again, given the extreme lengths that Helen Steele was going to in order to find John Dines, that would have made much more sense, wouldn't it, having been told, as this records, that there had been a sexual relationship between them?
Yes.
But you still maintain your evidence that positively today that you positively did not say this despite not recalling the meeting?
I do not recall saying this. And more importantly, I deny ever having had that knowledge.
Was your understanding at the time that sexual relationships wouldn't have been disproved of in the past when this would have occurred in the late 80s and early 90s, but that there was a disapprobation at the time you were Commander of Special Branch in this meeting?
Can you repeat that question? There's lots of...
Was your understanding at the time you were Commander of Special Branch
Yes.
that this was true, that essentially in the past, sexual relationships undercover hadn't been disproved of, but that they were at the time you were commander?
They were definitely disproved of at the time I was commander, because I didn't even know they existed, and if I did, I'd have put a stop to them. But I didn't know that they had existed previously either.
Was your understanding that they had always been disapproved of in Special Branch?
Well, it's quite certainly in the code of conduct and the manual for undercover officers in serious and organised crime. It's very explicit about that is prohibited. Maybe that was a naive assumption on my behalf because of the background I came from, that it was explicit in the terms of reference of this group. But certainly I thought it was.
Do you think now, looking back, given that there does seem to have been knowledge of Helen Steele and John Dines' relationship within Special Branch and in particular within the SDS, do you think that relationship influenced the handling and resolution of Operation Muscat in terms of Mr. Dines' relocation at great expense from New Zealand to Australia?
I can't answer that question because I honestly don't know.
Had you known, you say you didn't know, contrary to what this records, but
Yes.
if we take that evidence and assume that it's accurate, had you known at the time of a sexual relationship between Mr. Dines and Helen Steele at the time you were dealing with Operation Muscat and the relocation of him from New Zealand to Australia, would you have dealt with that operation differently?
I would have asked questions about how Miss Steele had been treated and what, if she'd, if we knew as an organisation that she had been mistreated sexually by him, which I regard is mistreatment, if he'd had an affair with her and she didn't know the true nature of that affair, then I would want to know what are we doing to protect her? What are we doing to make sure she was okay? What are we doing about her welfare? I don't know if I would have treated him any differently if I'd have thought that there was a serious physical threat against him and his family, but I would certainly have done some additional things for her, yes.
And in relation to the assessment of that supposed physical threat against him and to his family,
yes,
wouldn't the knowledge of the reason that Helen Steele was trying to find him was that because she'd been deceived into a sexual relationship with him and not because she was an angry activist who wanted to find him to confront him for that reason, that would have affected the threat assessment, wouldn't it?
I didn't know, so I didn't think that through. You may well be right.
Do you think that would have affected your thinking at the time, had you known?
I think a lot of different things would have gone through my mind if I'd have known.
If you'd known, you would certainly have briefed Axo Vaness, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Do you think his approach to the resolution of Operation Muscat would have been influenced by that knowledge?
Certainly hope so. I think so.
You travelled to Australia whilst HN145 was there facilitating John Dines' relocation for a different reason.
Yes.
We understand, but you were there at the same time, and I think you met with HN145 at the time.
Did.
What was the nature of those meetings? That can be taken down, thank you.
Yeah, it was all about cost, really. Costs were rising in terms of phone calls he was having to make back into branch and discussions with lawyers back in the UK, and there's only a certain, above a certain amount, I think, at that time, a certain amount of spend, you had to get top cover for that spend. So he explained, because in those days, you know, that phone calls cost a lot more than they do now, and they were in peak time as well. So the costs were going up and up, and they were really significant. So he came to me to authorise that spend, which I did.
Was there any discussion of Helen Steele and what she was doing?
I don't recall any.
Did you ever meet with John Dines?
No.
Why not, given your role in Operation Muscat and that you were on the ground in Australia with HN53, albeit if there was another
I was
reason
pretty
for
busy
you?
operationally, actually, in Australia. As far as I was concerned, this was a historic case, and we were just dealing with the financial and technical moves thereafter. I didn't regard it as a current case, as it were. So it wasn't one that I felt I should get involved with.
Thank you. I'd like to move on then, please, to another topic, Operation Magma. This is the name of the operation given to the MPS response to the officers A and B litigation brought by HN43 DC Peter Francis and HN123. You say in your witness statement at paragraph 302, page 147, that you have no recollection of the litigation or of attending any meetings. Is that right?
I'll just find that, if I may.
Of course.
Paragraph 300 and...
Page 147, paragraph 302. Page 147. Thank you. Oh, 147.
Paragraph 302. Oh, mine's different. Okay, mine is different. Hang on.
The ordinary page numbers at the bottom, it's page 145.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sorry, I'm using the EPIC reference, so you're right.
I'll read that if I may. Yes.
So you don't have any recollection of this litigation or of attending the Gold Group meetings today?
I don't. I think this was probably something I would have definitely made a note of in my decision logs, but without those, I can't recall, I'm afraid.
Well, I can take you to your decision log in a moment, but are you now aware that the basis of the claim was that the MPS had breached its duty of care to those two officers, occasioning them psychiatric harm, essentially that the SDS had not looked after their mental health?
No, I didn't know that. I have lived abroad for about 10 years, so I've not really been following very much of this inquiry or what has happened, I'm afraid.
That can be taken down, thank you. So we know that a Gold Group was convened. It was designated on the 16th of January 2004. We know from MPS 0749707, which are the minutes of the 16th of January meeting, that the Gold Group was convened and that you were present and you were designated Gold, in other words, the lead of that group. What is the process for starting and ending a Gold Group? Whose decision is it?
There's probably a definition I can't remember now, but a Gold Group essentially would be formulated to look at an issue of deep concern, and you would have a variety of people advise you in respect of the incident or whatever you were looking at. And those would usually include legal services. They would include sometimes HR, sometimes media. Usually a senior officer would chair. And it was to make sure that the issue was looked at in the round, to make sure it was properly investigated and all aspects of the incident were understood and acted upon as necessary.
Thank you. So you said it would be usually in relation to a matter of deep concern. So it would need to be a matter of high importance to warrant a gold group. Is that right?
From memory, yes.
Thank you. We know that you were designated as gold. You were the most senior officer involved in this gold group and these meetings.
Yes.
And we know, as you've said, that the civil action, the potential impact of disclosure of witness statements was to be treated as a critical incident. And we can see that again from MPS 0749711, page 1 at the bottom. It's tab 90, B92 of the bundle. What was the significance of designating this litigation as a critical incident? Was it simply that the gold group followed, or was there some other consequence that designating it a critical incident had?
As I said, there is somewhere a document that defines what when a gold group should be held, and I really am acting from 20 odd years memory and having been working in a completely different jurisdiction for the last 10.
I understand. Perhaps if we can look at MPS 0749708, please. This is the decision log for Operation Magma, and as we can see from this front page, the gold group. Is this the type of document that you referred to before?
Yeah, this is a decision log. It's not mine. Sometimes decision logs were put in place for a specific incident, and someone would be dedicated to completing that decision log. And then, if necessary, the decision log, well, usually actually, the decision log was then given to the senior officer to look at the decisions, to check that they were correct, to check that the agreed actions were as he or she required them to be, and then sign them off.
Thank you. And this is a document you've only seen today,
yes,
but we can have a look at it because you do feature in it. Page 2, please. So we can see there an entry by, it appears, Detective Superintendent Rintoul, but your signature as the supervised review is at the bottom on the 16th of January 2004. Do you see that?
I do.
This sets out the reasons for the MPS concern in relation to the litigation under the decision is at the top, and then the reasons for concern are set out under in the box labelled reason, and there are 3 set out there. Maybe we can zoom in a little bit because it's a little tricky to read. Thank you.
Thank you.
So there was a concern that the the disclosure of these statements outside the legal process may, 1, lead to physical threat to existing or former SDS officers from those they've formally provided intelligence upon, 2, undermine confidence in the MPS within the public at large, and 3, undermine confidence in the MPS amongst former and existing SDS officers. Do you see that?
I do.
This litigation was clearly being regarded as extremely significant to the MPS as a whole, to Special Branch and to the SDS, wasn't it?
I think so.
This was the first ever claim brought by SDS officers, and this was a highly secretive unit, I think so secret that you weren't aware of its particular existence before you were commander. Is that right?
That's correct.
The litigation, and in particular, as is recorded here, it was felt the disclosure of the officers' A and B witness statements risked the operational security of the SDS and its undercover officers, didn't it?
That's what we were concerned about.
And it risked public exposure of the unit and the groups that they were reporting on. That was a concern as well, wasn't it?
Certainly of the unit, and I'm not sure what the statement said now, but if it contained any detail about the groups they were put against, then yes, of course, that would be a concern.
And clearly, the potential to undermine public confidence in the MPS and the confidence in the MPS of existing and former SDS officers is expressly recorded to be of concern in this document.
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it? There were also, weren't there complex Official Secret Act considerations? Would you agree?
I can't recall now. You may be right.
You were leading this gold group, designated as gold,
Yeah.
the most senior officer. Do you really recall nothing at all about it?
Well, it's helpful to have the decision log, but I only got it this morning. If I'd have had the decision log when I was making my statement, then I would have had real time to consider it, and it might have jogged my memory. So my answer to your question was because when I wrote my statement, I hadn't seen this, and so I hadn't got that jog, and it's very hard to try and remember things when you haven't got any prompts 20 odd years later.
Understood. Has it now assisted your recollection of these meetings?
I'm starting to remember a little bit about it now, yes.
And what do you recall?
Pretty much what's written there, really.
Thank you.
I remember I chaired the goal group. I remember that we were concerned about the impact of this on the organisation and the impact of this on SDS officers in particular, and current and past investigations.
You were responsible for briefing AXO Vaness. Do you recall that?
Is that written down?
Yes, MPS 0749712. It's at tab B79 of the bundle, so it is a document you've seen before at page 3. And that records that you briefed him on the 20th of January 2004.
Yes. I would expect to, if it's something so serious, then of course, he's my boss. Of course I'm going to brief him on that.
Do you recall any contents of that briefing?
No.
Could we look at, please, MPS 0749706? This is a document you've seen before. It's at tab B64 of the bundle, at page 1. This is the minutes of the Operation Magma Second Gold Group meeting, which occurred on the 20th of January 2004. And again, we can see that you were present along with other senior officers, DCI Dell from the SDS, DI HN145 from the SDS, and as you suspected, a solicitor from the Department of Legal Services. Can you see that from the top?
Yes.
In the introduction, it states Commander Williams outlined the overall objectives of the Gold Group were to protect the integrity of the MPS and ensure the benefits of SDS as an intelligence gathering operation were not lost to the MPS. Is that right?
That's what the minute says.
And so far as you can recollect, does this help your recollection with what the priorities in terms of overall objectives were of this gold group in relation to this litigation?
Well, from my perspective, the decision log is the better document, because that would be the document that came out directly out of the meeting. It's contemporaneously recorded. So, and I note that missing from that is the welfare of the SDS officers.
Yes. What do you think is meant by protect the integrity of the MPS?
Now or then?
Well, both.
Yeah. Well, I think for an organisation to run source units, undercover units, surveillance, those sort of covert tools, the public needs to trust in them. And I think that if you're having people in a secret part of the organisation making things that should not be public, that undermines public confidence in the integrity of the organisation, in the secrecy of the organisation, and the ability to keep secret, and in the way that they manage their people.
Would you agree that it suggests that a primary focus of Operation Magma was essentially defensive? It was protecting the security and reputation of the SDS and not acting upon or investigating the allegations or any revelations made in evidence of officers A and B?
I don't think it was the role of the Gold Group to do the investigation.
Whose role was it?
Whoever was given that investigation, but it wasn't the Gold Group who investigated.
Was any part of the Gold Group's role to critically examine any claims being made within the witness evidence of officers A and B? In other words, investigating revelations or allegations made within that evidence?
I don't see from, it's hard to recall, but I don't see from the decision log that I thought it was the Gold Group's role and responsibility to investigate those claims. I can only assume that was happening elsewhere. That was happening in Metropolitan Police solicitors, etc. But it wasn't, I don't see it from the terms of reference of the Gold Group that that's what I thought we were doing.
There's no suggestion, certainly from this document or the decision log, that allegations made by officers A and B of misconduct of UCOs whilst deployed undercover are being investigated, is there? Do you recall any such investigation?
I don't recall at this stage, but I say again, what I'd written down in the terms of reference of the Gold Group was what I thought we were doing in the Gold Group. And if I didn't say we were investigating, we weren't investigating.
Were you aware, though, of whether there was any investigation into allegations of misconduct made within the witness statements disclosed to the Gold Group of officers A and B?
I can't remember now, but I know it wasn't our responsibility to do so. That's not what I thought the Gold Group was doing. So I don't know who else was doing the investigation, but I presume somebody else was.
Why did you presume that?
Well, someone must have been doing it.
The second Gold Group meeting also instigated what would become the Walton review of the SDS record keeping. It's MPS 0749706 at page 2, action point 9. Your instruction to Superintendent Rintoul to DCI Walton to commence this were copied to the Operation Magma file. That's at MPS 0526836, and that's tab B77 of the bundle, sir. So we can see that this is a memo from Superintendent Rintoul to DCI Richard Walton. It's copied to DCI Dell of the SDS, and it's copied to the Operation Magma file. And this is the review which you commissioned, essentially. Andy Rintoul writes the memo following discussions with you in relation to a review of existing arrangements of the record-keeping system employed within Special Branch, and the terms of reference are set out there. I think you do recall the Walton review. Does that assist you to recall any further about the priorities of the Gold Group in terms of the meetings you attended?
Two completely separate things in my mind, really. I do remember the Walton review. I had a lot of time to study those documents, obviously, when I was making my statement. I just repeat that the Gold Group was looking, as you can see from the decision log, I was very clear about what the Gold Group was doing. It's not, Special Branch was not an operational investigative organisation. It was an intelligence organisation. So I am making the assumption now that someone else was looking at the statements, the content of the statements, but it wasn't us.
In terms of this review, the Walton review, you say in your witness statement at paragraph 66, page 29, that you commissioned that review due to professional curiosity and a desire to increase your understanding of how the unit was operated and tasked. But looking at these documents, would you now agree that the commission of the Walton review appears to have been directly connected to Operation Magma and not just a general desire on your part to understand the unit?
Definitely not.
What's the explanation then for the contents of this document, it coming out of Operation Magma being copied to the file?
I didn't even know it was copied to the file. I mean, I just have to reiterate, in all honesty, I was responsible for modernising SO12, Special Branch. And I needed to understand what was going on. So I needed to put that these things were things that I felt I needed some real knowledge of. And so I put this in place. Perhaps it had been copied to the file because that might assist in some way. But certainly, I can guarantee you that Operation Magna had absolutely no place in me commissioning this review. None at all.
Despite the record in the Gold Group meeting minutes that I took you to before this document that shows that the SDS record keeping review was an action point from a gold group meeting.
But it was, well, we'd have to look at the dates, exact dates of when have you got the file? What we need is the docket for the, for me commissioning the review. Sorry, I'm getting confused with let me be clear. There was a docket for each of the reviews I put in place. I haven't been shown those dockets, I've just been shown portions of them. But the whole docket would show exactly on what date I made decisions and what was in my mind at the time. If we had those dockets in front of us, those dockets would show that this had nothing to do with Operation Magna. It was, as I've said here, it was my professional curiosity, my responsibility, and my professionalism to make sure that these things were running properly. The one line in Operation Magna, maybe this had already been commissioned. I think it probably had, but without those dates in front of me, I can't be sure.
Well, we know that the date where that was recorded in relation to the Gold Group meeting was the 20th of January.
Yeah.
We have this memo from Superintendent Andy Rintle, who sat on the Gold Group, of the 6th of February, commissioning this review following discussions with you.
Okay.
That timeline suggests a correlation, doesn't it?
Oh, I see. Okay. So I understand why you've got the correlation now. Because you've got similarity in dates and you've got the same person in both places. Okay. Andy Rintle's job was reviewing and process and systems and all of that stuff. So it's not unusual for him to be on the Gold Group, doing the record keeping for me, and also doing this. So that's a pure coincidence. In terms of the timing, well, it's not a pure coincidence. He would have been as part of his job, and that would be fine. In terms of the dates, a lot was going on, and I was moving things very quickly. This is the finalised terms of reference that have gone to Richard Walton, that had come from Andy Rintle after having had discussions and some work done by me. So I don't know when the first draft of this was out or when I first put these together. This is when the memorandum was sent to Richard Walton, who's going to conduct the review, not when I put the terms of reference together. I can only reiterate, Operation Magna was not in my mind when I put these terms of reference together.
Thank you. That can be taken down. Could we look, please, at MPS 0749706? It's tab B64 of the bundle. Page 3, paragraph 4. This concerned risk assessments. And I'm interested in the top bullet point. The meeting considered the summary sheet circulated following discussion of the potential impact on the wider MPS of the deployments of Morris and at HN81. These two officers were regraded as critical. Briefing reports are required to assess the MPS vulnerability. And there is also a need to ensure former SDS officers are not being exposed unnecessarily to the possibility of compromise. Can you help us with the potential impact on the wider MPS of Morris and HN81, leading to them being regraded as critical?
Because they were deep undercover officers and they were exposing the nature of those operations.
Did it have to do with revelations in the officers' A and B evidence that they had been reporting on black justice campaigns?
I don't think so.
Did it have anything to do with the revelation that Mr. Morris had been in a sexual relationship whilst undercover?
I didn't know he had.
It's clear here that the safety of the officers is a separate consideration to MPS vulnerability. What did you understand vulnerability to mean?
The officer's vulnerability or the MPS vulnerability?
The MPS vulnerability.
That it would be that these were undercover units, and we were exposing them, and we were exposing people who are potentially still in the field, and that's not a way for an organisation to behave. They have a duty of care to their operations and to the people who could be exposed.
Could it also have been the effect that the revelation of sexual relationships undercover, the use of deceased children's identities, and the reporting on black justice campaigns would have had if it was made public?
I didn't know that at the time.
Do you know why Morris and HN81 were regraded as critical? What does that mean exactly, to your understanding?
I can't recall now.
If we can look, please, at decision 6 on page 3. There was a particular focus, wasn't there, on the deployments of Mr. Morris and HN81 and what they were doing within their deployments, wasn't there?
Yes.
It seems from this.
Yes.
We know that reports were prepared on both of them. They're at MPS 0749702, that's at tab B65 of the bundle. This is the paper prepared in relation to Operation Magma on DI Trevor Morris's targeting strategy. And in the introduction at the top there, it says, this paper has been prepared in response to an action arising from a meeting of the Operation Magma Gold Group on Tuesday the 20th of January. The action stems from concern that the MPS may be vulnerable to revelations and comments made by officers A and B in their statements in connection with the above proceedings. In specific terms, Officer A raises the issue of what he describes as SDS targeting of black support groups and indicates that he felt a certain amount of unease in this targeting strategy. The exact same introductory paragraph appears in the report prepared on HN81's targeting strategy, and we don't need to go to it because it is exactly the same, but it's, for reference, it's MPS 0031685, and it's at tab B66 of the bundle, sir.
I'm really sorry, but I've only seen these documents very briefly this morning, and I haven't
No,
ever
these
read
were
them.
included in your witness bundle. That's my understanding because it's in the index at tab B66, and those would have been the maybe I'm wrong about that. If I am, then I apologise. But these are reports that came out of the gold group that you were leading, that had been commissioned into the targeting strategies of HN81 and Mr. Morris.
Yes.
And clearly set out there is that the reason was concern arising from the evidence of officers A and B, in particular Officer A, of SDS targeting of black support groups. Having commissioned these reviews, at least the gold group having commissioned the reviews that you were leading, you would have seen them at the time, wouldn't you?
I may have done.
And so what is the explanation for that particular focus in relation to targeting of...
Who wrote this? Sorry, who wrote this?
If we go to the last page...
HN53.
Yes, it's DI HN53. Sorry, not the last page, the second to last page. There we go.
DI HN53.
So the SDS DI. under DCI Del.
Okay.
Do you have any recollection of these two reports into the targeting strategies of these particular officers at the time?
Well, I can't remember if I knew it at the time or I knew it subsequently. I knew that there were some allegations about targeting of black groups. To my honest recollection, I don't remember that happening on my watch. And that is as much as I can help you with.
You don't know if you would have taken any particular action in relation to these two reports?
So doesn't this go back to 1999?
Yes, but they're being commissioned in relation to allegations made in the Officer A and B litigation, which the Gold Group was set up to deal with the MPS response to it. And in response to those particular allegations in relation to the deployments of Mr. Morris and HN81, these two reports were commissioned by the Gold Group.
Okay, so this was historic. Before I got to Special Branch, this activity had purportedly taken place.
Yes, but being revealed to you as part of the Gold Group in relation to the Officer A and B litigation. And what I'm asking is whether you can recall any action being taken as a result of those revelations about reporting on Black Justice Campaign.
It wasn't part of my remit to investigate activity that had taken place years before I took office.
Well, could we look at one more document to just see if that's right, please? MPS 0749712. It's at tab B79 of the bundle, sir, and this is the 12th of February 2004 third Gold Group meeting, and these are the minutes. And again, we can see that you were present. Page 2, action point 8, please. A review to be undertaken of current MPSB mechanisms for tasking intelligence collection against support groups. Action DCS Mitchell has submitted a report to Commander Williams, complete. Do you recall receiving that report?
I don't, but it doesn't surprise me that I asked for a review of current MPSB mechanisms for tasking intelligence collection, because that, of course, was my remit and my responsibility.
The decision log for Operation Magma that we looked at before, MPS 0749708, at page 10, recorded Operation Magma has raised issues about the targeting of previous SDS operations. Do you have any further recollection of what issues it had raised, other than what we've just been talking about?
I'm reading that as the things covered in their statements. Are you reading that as other things as well?
Well, you tell me.
Well, I read it. I read it. Yeah, it's my reason. I thought there had been issues raised in their statements, and I ensured that we'd look at current operations and current targeting to ensure they were justified and necessary, proportionate, defensible, and I've added added
and
lawful. That's my...
That suggests there was a concern that some operations had not been justified, necessary, proportionate, defensible and lawful, doesn't it?
I don't think that's the case. I think it's just...
That was the concern that was being investigated.
Well, I think if something has come to your notice where it looks as if it wasn't proportionate or necessary, or there is an allegation it wasn't proportionate and necessary, and you are currently leading that unit, it's your responsibility as a leader to ensure that what is going on currently is justified and necessary, proportionate, defensible and lawful, and that's what I've done.
Do you recall what Superintendent Mitchell's report concluded?
I don't.
Do you recall if you took any particular action as a result of that report?
In relation to, well, I think perhaps it may well have been subsumed into the projects 1, 2 and 3, in which case, you know, I looked at all of those. I looked at all of those recommendations. I made a decision on all of those recommendations, and I ensured they were acted upon. I can't now recall anything specific about this action. Perhaps it was subsumed in those projects. I honestly don't know with this intervening time.
In terms of those projects and the recommendations that you accepted and asked to be actioned, in other words, asked for them to be implemented, what was the process or the system for ensuring they were indeed implemented?
Okay, so on the dockets themselves, you've got the terms of reference, timescales, etc., and then you would have all of the findings, and then you would have the recommendations and who'd reviewed those recommendations and when, and you would have what I had made a decision about in respect of all of those recommendations, each individual recommendation, and who I'd referred it to, and then it would show the activity that I'd asked in respect of all of those. So. And any follow-up that I'd asked for in respect of those as well. So if I'd have asked for to be reviewed in 6 months, it would be on that docket.
I see, thank you. In terms of, that can be taken down now, thank you. In terms of the response in Operation Magma to the litigation, and in particular the concern about disclosures made in the statements of Officers A and B, as the lead on the critical incident, the lead of the Gold Group, you would have wanted to make sure you saw the contents of those witness statements, wouldn't you?
I think so, but I can't remember now.
Perhaps I can try to assist in your memory. MPS 0749708 at page 18. This is the Operation Magma decision log again. This entry is the 12th of February 2004.
I asked for these decision logs when I was making my statement and was told they were not available. And I asked again 8 days ago and I was told there were none. And then today, suddenly these have turned up, which is, I don't think that's very fair in asking me to read, digest and comment, even before I've read it. Because there are so many documents here you're referring me to, which I wish I'd had the opportunity to properly consider.
Well, I'm giving you the opportunity to comment upon them. If you can't recall or they don't assist, then you must just simply say so.
I will.
And I can only apologise that the first time you've seen this particular one was today. This records exceptions being made for some of SDS management to the ban on disclosing the Officer A and B witness statements outside of the Gold Group. So in other words, there had been a prohibition on disclosing those witness statements outside of the Gold Group, but this decision records that an exception is going to be made for certain members of SDS management, and so they will be allowed to see them. Isn't the inference from that then that the members of the Gold Group would have read them, including you?
I don't know if they'd have read them, but there is an inference, you're correct, that the Gold Group would have had access to them.
And as the lead of the Gold Group, effectively leading the response to this critical incident, which included the disclosure of those statements, you inevitably would have wanted to familiarise yourself with the content of them, wouldn't you?
I would have thought so.
MPS 0749712, please. It's tab B79 of the bundle. Paragraph 1 at page 1. So these are the minutes of the third Gold Group meeting on the 12th of February. And if we just look at paragraph 1, it says the continuing civil action and the potential impact of disclosure of the statements will be treated as a critical incident. Commander Williams will be gold. And again, action complete. That suggests that the contents of the statements and the impact of their disclosure were clearly in the mind of the Gold Group, including you. Would you agree?
It sounds like that, yes.
Thank you. That can be taken down. Thank you. And the reason, part of the reason at least, that you would have wanted to know what was in those statements would be in order to inform the MPS response, wouldn't it? In order to safeguard operational security of the SDS and the integrity of the MPS. Would you agree with that?
Those were the terms of reference of the Gold Group, so yes.
And they also would have informed the response in order to safeguard against losing the benefits of the SDS as an intelligence gathering operation. Again, another stated objective of the Gold Group. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
The circle of who was to know about the litigation and the contents of those witness statements is being kept very tight, isn't it? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And a consequence of that is that the serious allegations of misconduct which are being made within them by officers A and B would have reached only a small circle comprising mainly the members of the Gold Group and certain members of the SDS. Would you agree with that?
No. Whoever was investigating the offences outlined, if there were offences outlined in the statement, I can't remember what was in the statement now, but if there were offences outlined in the statement, whoever was investigating that would have read it too, obviously, and their team.
Thank you. We can come to certain of the particular specifics of the content of the statements in a moment, but would you agree as a general proposition that the witness statements contained two types of material? Firstly, material about covert police operations, both past and present, which needed to be kept secret. And secondly, material about misconduct that ought not to be covered up.
Well, let me answer it in two parts.
Of course.
Firstly, material in relation to misconduct. I think that it depends on the circumstances, doesn't it? I mean, misconduct proceedings, if they impact on other third parties, wouldn't necessarily be disclosed. No, I don't know. I don't think the answer to your question is as simple as yes or no. It depends. Because there are usually other people involved in misconduct, and you want to ensure that they are protected. So that would be. And sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Well, there were two types of material. Material about covert police operations past and present, which needed to be kept secret. You'd agree that that type of material, the MPS would have wanted to ensure was kept secret.
Yes, the MPS would want to ensure that was protected.
And then the second material was the material about that raised allegations of misconduct against undercover officers during their deployments. And I put to you that that shouldn't have been covered up. And you said it depended.
Well, I don't. It depends. I'm not sure if it was covered up or not. Disclosure and cover up are completely different things, aren't they?
Well, if no action was taken by the MPS in relation to those allegations of misconduct, that wouldn't have been appropriate, would it?
It should have been investigated. If there are allegations of misconduct, then it should have been investigated. That's a DPS role, Director of Public, and that's the Directorate of within the Metropolitan Police that investigates police officers' misconduct.
In Officer A's statement for the civil claim, it's MPS 0726970. It's at tab B57 of the bundle. And I just want to look at page 27, please. And paragraph 129. I'll give you a moment to read that.
Yes.
Do you recall reading that at the time?
I don't remember reading it. But I do know that there were allegations, and I don't know where that's come from in my brain. 20 years later, it's very difficult to know.
Those are very serious allegations.
They are
aren't
very
they?
serious allegations.
That ought to have been fully investigated at the time.
This is what this officer is saying, and yes, they should have been investigated. You're saying they weren't, or you don't know?
It doesn't appear that they were from any of the documents we have.
But it wouldn't be documents from Special Branch, it would be documents from an investigative body.
And what's your view of what the likelihood of who that investigative body was, or should have been?
I think it would be DPS.
Who would have told DPS?
Well, the lawyers were, obviously, Metropolitan Police lawyers knew about that, didn't they? So
the lawyers who attended the goal group meetings. In your view?
Well, I think, this is, it wasn't us who investigated it.
That can be taken down now, thank you.
And the reason why we didn't investigate it was because it wasn't in our terms of reference, the goal group, to do that.
Yes, thank you. The Officer A and B witness statements also reveal at least 3 different sexual relationships. In Officer B's witness statement, he refers to Mike Chitty and Trevor Morris having girlfriends in their cover identities. It's MPS 0726971. It's page 7, please, paragraph 22. I'll give you a moment.
Yes.
That's a clear allegation that Detective Sergeant Mike Chitty had, whilst he was deployed undercover, had a relationship with an activist described as his weary girlfriend, isn't it?
It says that she's his girlfriend.
But the entitlement weary, we know, was used by the SDS to refer to activists who were reported on by undercover officers.
Yes, I've heard that before.
That sort of allegation should have been investigated, shouldn't it, at the time?
Are we talking about 1999 now, or are we talking about now?
We're
Or are we
talking about
when this was...
when the disclosure, these allegations are made in the witness statement of Officer B, HN145. At
Yeah.
that time, that the MPS became aware of those allegations through disclosure of those witness statements in the
Yes.
litigation, these allegations should have been investigated, shouldn't they?
Consideration should have been given to them being investigated, but not by Special Branch.
Thank you. And at page 12, paragraph 37, again, Officer B's witness statement detailing that Trevor Morris had a girlfriend whilst deployed undercover. Again, I'll just give you a moment to read it.
Yes, I've read that.
Again, a similar allegation against Mr. Morris, again, should have been investigated, or at least consideration of investigation been given at the time that this came to light from these statements. I appreciate you say not by you, but they should have been investigated.
Not by the
shouldn't
Gold Group, because it wasn't in our remit, but yes, consideration should have been given to that.
they? And just for completeness, Officer A, then Peter Francis, he also stated he had engaged in a number of sexual affairs and that management knew he was behaving in this way and accepted that it was necessary in order for him to credibly continue. MPS 0726970, it's tab B57 of the bundle, please. It's page 22, paragraphs 105 to 107.
Yes. I've read
Again,
that now.
similar admissions this time by the officer himself of sexual affairs whilst undercover. Those should have been investigated at the time, shouldn't they?
I think certainly consideration should have been given to that.
Why was there no wider review of whether there were sexual relationships happening with undercover officers in the SDS at the time of these revelations?
I don't know.
That can be taken down, thank you. Was this type of information briefed by you to AXO Vaness, do you remember?
You're quite right that it looks like from the Gold Group that I did read those statements, but I honestly don't remember reading those statements and seeing that that detail before.
If you'd appreciated it at the time, would it have been the sort of thing you would have wanted to brief AXO Vaness about?
Yes.
Was there discussion that you can recall amongst other senior officers in the Gold Group about these type of revelations?
No.
Was that because there was a tacit acceptance that they were permitted by managers and therefore not serious misconduct?
No. I honestly don't remember reading that myself. And I do absolutely understand why you think I should have read those statements and why it looks like I've read those statements. But I honestly don't remember reading that detail at all. And I can't explain why not.
Thank you. MPS 0749763, please. This is a letter dated the 8th of August 2002, so some short time before you became Commander of Special Branch. It's a letter from HN145, so Officer B's partner, to AXO David Vaness, in which she makes various allegations that there were sexual relationships undercover, that officers boasted about them, and that management were aware of such. SDS management and higher were aware of those at the time. Did AXO Vaness make you aware of this letter or the contents of it when you were appointed Commander of Special Branch?
No.
Were you ever aware of this letter or the contents of it at any time during your period of Commander of Special Branch?
No.
In particular, it refers to UCO's boasting about fathering children undercover. If you had known about that allegation at the time, what would you have done?
It's a very serious allegation.
It would need investigating, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
What action would you have taken personally as Commander of Special Branch to ensure that it was investigated? What would you have done, practically speaking?
I presume this is from his wife? This is from his wife?
It's from his partner, yeah.
Well, obviously I would want to understand the real detail about that. And I'd want to understand whether it had ever been reported into the unit itself. So was this something that she and he discussed, or was this something that the unit were more aware of? Because although she says the unit were aware of it, were they actually aware of it, or was that just her husband saying so? I don't know the answer to that. So I'd want to fully investigate the circumstances surrounding it. But I don't think it would. But then my role, I'm going into my detective hat here rather than my role at the time, which was Commander Special Branch. If it had come to my notice at the time, I would have briefed AXO, and I would have asked that this be thoroughly investigated and that the officer, we put some risk around the officer being removed from duties, particularly in SDS, while that happened.
Would you have considered that the MPS held a responsibility towards children born of relationships with undercover officers? And would you have considered that there was a legal and moral duty to inform those children of the true identity of their biological fathers?
I think that would be something that would be considered along with the child's mother. I think she has a role in that decision.
Together with the MPS?
Yes.
In paragraph 66, page 29 of your witness statement, you refer to a long-held concern about the welfare of UCOs, and you've talked about the reasons for that and that you did hold such a concern at the time. In the course of Operation Magma, did you hold any concerns about the psychiatric impact on officers A and B of their long-term deployments in the context of these civil claims? They were claiming psychiatric damage.
I can't remember now whether these officers were still serving for me. Were they still? No. So really, I would be concerned about the current state of affairs and the current state of the welfare of officers that I was dealing with in situ at the time and future officers, making sure that the conditions were appropriate for them.
Understood. The MPS 0749708 at page 9, please. This is the Operation Magma decision log again, and I want to look at decision 7, please. It proposes to use all lawful means to establish whether A and B are planning public disclosure of operational information. And you've added a note, I think that's your handwriting, at the bottom of the reason paragraph. This is particularly pertinent and maybe more readily facilitated once counsel has given advice on OSA, Official Secret Act, breaches. Do you see that?
Yes.
What exactly were you referring to that should be facilitated there in that note?
To establish whether A or B are planning.
Was it that all lawful means to establish whether A and B are planning disclosure of operational information?
I don't know what more I can add to that comment, really.
Was covert surveillance of them being considered?
I don't remember what was being considered 20 odd years ago, I'm afraid.
Perhaps I can help with another document. MPS 0749711. It's at tab B92 of the bundle at page 2, please. Detective Superintendent Rintoul submitted to you a decision regarding this decision. He advised you no covert action should be undertaken at this time to be kept under review.
Okay.
Does that suggest that covert action against officers A and B was being contemplated?
I don't remember, but the action was completed, so I obviously took his advice that no covert action should be undertaken at this time.
If not by covert action, how was the Gold Group intending to obtain information about what A and B were planning to do in terms of disclosure?
I presume by asking them.
Are you aware whether any covert action was ever undertaken against them?
I don't know.
Would you have considered that covert action in these circumstances would be lawful and justified?
Were we talking that their activity was in 99 and we're now talking of in 2004? So I think that would be very difficult to justify on the basis of the time lapse and that the activity was no longer current, and what was the necessity of doing that in order to protect the public.
Officers A and B appear to have been treated with a high degree of suspicion by the Gold Group and the MPS generally in the response to this litigation. Would you agree? Was there any basis to believe that Officers A and B were planning to make unauthorised disclosures about operational information? So far as you can recall. Appreciate it's difficult.
I can't remember.
Was there a general sense of betrayal within the SDS that these officers were bringing a civil claim against the MPS or within Special Branch more generally?
I don't think it was so much the civil claim as the disclosure of the unit and the unit's activities, and the fact that that put people who'd been previously engaged in the unit and currently engaged in the unit at risk.
Because there's certainly nothing improper, is there, about former officers having recourse to the law to assert their rights? Is there?
No.
And the court would have been seized of the sensitive and secret nature of the unit and would have been managing the disclosure process in protecting the public interest, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
Sir, is that a convenient moment to take the afternoon break?
Certainly. 10 or 15 minutes? 10 will do, will it? Right. 10 minutes. I know that giving evidence over a whole day is a tiring business, and if you do ever need a break before we've finished this afternoon, just say so, and there will be one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms Williams, just before moving on from Operation Magna, I just have a few supplementary questions for you arising out of your evidence before the break. You said a number of times that when asked about investigating the types of allegations, including the sexual relationships that were made in the Officer A and B witness statements, said a number of times that consideration should be given to investigating those sorts of sexual allegations. And I just want to ask you, why only consideration? Shouldn't they always have been investigated?
Well, I think it's, I think that you always have to test the validity of an allegation, and if you find it to be a true allegation, then it will be you scope, don't you? We always scope first, and then we look at the parameters, and then we decide whether we'll launch an official investigation.
But doesn't testing the validity of the allegation involve investigating?
Semantics, I think. What you're calling, I think the process that we would say is that we test the validity of the allegation. If the allegation is looks to be true, and there is evidence to support it, then, or there is some evidence that could be found to support it, then you would investigate.
And in relation to Peter Francis, it was his own admission of sexual relationships. That certainly should have been investigated, shouldn't it? Why on earth would he make something like that up?
I don't know the answer to that question.
What circumstances would then have justified not investigating those sorts of allegations?
If the officer had said that actually this statement wasn't true, or it turned out that there were mental health issues that had in some way affected someone's recollection, those type of things.
And in relation to commissioning such an investigation by the Department of Professional Standards, who do you say should have commissioned such an investigation?
You see, the problem I'm having is to reiterate, I've only seen the documents this morning, so I haven't had time to really read them and think about them. And I've responded to you as best I can, but I honestly can't remember reading that detail, and I would remember that detail. So the question in my mind is, did I ever read them? Did I ever see them? And I honestly can't remember. So to answer your question, how would it, I think it would, we need to know where those documents originated from, how they came to be a gold group. And the gold group, obviously, from the documents you've shown me, had very limited terms of reference. It didn't have a full scope of an investigation in its reference.
Before the break, you seemed to suggest at one point that the Department of Legal Services, the lawyer who attended the Gold Group, would have had some responsibility in notifying the Department of Professional Standards as to those allegations in order for them to be investigated. But lawyers are only advisors, aren't they? What's the basis for asserting that it was a lawyer's responsibility to report it to DPS and not your responsibility as the commander?
I don't think it was an assertion on my part. I think it was a speculation. But I'm struggling to remember, because I can't remember, how this gold group originated and where those documents came from in the first instance. If I knew that, then I would be able to say, okay, so they've originated there, they should have referred it on, or they actually were investigating, but saw that there were broader considerations for the MPS and referred it to the Gold Group. I can't remember that now.
Don't all police officers have a duty to report potential misconduct, either up the chain of command or directly to the Department of Professional Standards when it comes to their own attention? Doesn't that arise from the police conduct regulations?
I think if, current, of course, if something was current, then yes. But this was old.
Well, did you think that you had any responsibility as the commander of Special Branch and the lead of this Gold Group, that in hearing the contents of these witness statements bearing these allegations coming to your attention, what was your responsibility in terms of notifying DPS or ensuring that they had been notified so that consideration could be given to investigation?
Well, I come back to the point. One, I don't know where the documents originated from and came to the Gold Group. I don't know where they came from. I don't know who they were given to originally and how they came to me. That's the first thing. And I think I'd need to know that, because it could be that there was an investigation already running and I was asked to do the Gold Group as a part of that broader consideration. And secondly, I can't remember reading those statements because, and I absolutely hands up, you have led me to suggest that I should have read them. And from the very brief consideration of the documents I've been able to give, it looks as if I should have read them. But I don't remember reading them, and I don't remember reading those allegations. Because if I did, I would have been horrified by those allegations, and I would remember, and I don't remember.
Nowhere in the decision log or the meeting minutes that we've looked at today does it record that there is a DPS investigation. Do you recall whether you were ever told that there was such an investigation into those allegations?
No, because I don't remember the allegations.
In terms of those records, do you consider it likely, if there had been a DPS investigation already ongoing, that it would be recorded there?
I don't know, because I don't know where the documents originated from. I think if I'd have been given more time with the documents, I could help you further. But on the brief reading that I've had of them, I can't.
I asked you about your consideration of the welfare of officers A and B, and you gave some evidence that you would have been very concerned about the welfare of present UCOs, the status quo that you were dealing with, or indeed future UCOs coming into your command. Does that suggest something of a blind spot for the aftercare of former SDS officers?
I don't think that was my responsibility.
Well, you're the commander of Special Branch.
Yes. And if those officers were no longer under my command, then I wouldn't have had that responsibility. And I had a lot of other responsibilities at the time.
Thank you. I'd like to move on then to HN16 DI James Thompson. You certainly weren't briefed about the investigation into HN16 James Thompson's conduct during his deployment in the SDS. The relevant decisions had all been taken prior to your tenure as commander. What I'd like to ask you is whether in the handover that Colin Black gave you, if you were ever informed about his case at that time.
No.
How certain are you of that?
I don't recall there being any detail of that. I don't recall having been briefed on that. And I think 2012 is a little bit closer than the timescale we're talking here. And when I did look at him in detail, that was all new to me. So I can be confident in saying that I wasn't briefed about that.
Thank you. So, as you've just referred to, your only involvement with him was in April 2012, whilst you were serving as a Deputy Assistant Commissioner with responsibility for directing protection operations for the 2012 London Olympic Games. Is that right?
Exactly.
And as part of that role, you reviewed his security clearance. And at the time, he'd been serving in a protection unit for approximately 10 years. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You say in your witness statement that you're now unable to recall exactly why his vetting came under review. Do you think it was in relation to the revelation of historic conduct, or were there also current conduct concerns?
No, I think it was more, I have reflected on this, and I think it was more to do with the fact that he was a protection officer, and you had a lot of principals coming in from all over the world, and it was important that you had absolute confidence in the lead protection officers for each of those principals coming in. And in the same way that I was ensuring the integrity of all the vehicles that those, personally ensuring that the integrity of all the vehicles that those principals were getting into, I also looked at the officers who were going to lead those protection teams, and I think there was an allegation brought to a more recent allegation brought to my attention, and I think that triggered me looking at that more broadly.
Thank you. If we look at MPS 0749720, then it's at tab B139 of the bundle at page 1, please. You wrote a letter to an MPS lawyer regarding HN16's vetting status, and you attached various documents to that letter. And I'd like to look just at the bottom half of the page, please. Does that set out the concerns that you had about HN16's vetting status? It's the factual background, one might say, of what had happened to HN16, and your concerns were in relation to both a current issue and his historic conduct. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And you were considering what options you had for taking action against HN16 regarding his vetting status, is that right?
Sorry, can you say that again?
You were considering what options you had for taking action against HN16 in relation to his vetting status, is that right?
Yes.
Were you also considering possible disciplinary action for his historic conduct?
No.
In your view, was the wrong decision made previously about how to deal with those allegations about his misconduct?
Well, I mean, I wasn't the person who made the decision at the time, and I didn't understand the whole context, and I may not have understood the case terribly well. But on the face of it, it looked to me to be quite serious, and I think I would have acted differently.
It shouldn't have been dealt with in-house in special branch, in other words. There should have been a full disciplinary investigation and proceedings external to Special Branch, in other words, with the Department of Professional Standards. Was that your view?
On the face of it, that's what it looked like to me, yes.
And there also should have been consideration to possible criminal proceedings. Was that your view at the time?
That was my view. I don't know if that was the case or not. I mean, I didn't understand it fully, and I didn't investigate it, so I can't be sure. But it looked to me to be a criminal offence.
And at that time, his vetting status should also have been removed.
I think if he'd have been under investigation or found guilty of a serious misconduct or vetting or criminal offence, then his vetting would, of course, be removed.
Paragraph 299 of your statement, it's at pages 144 to 145, you say you can't recall now but believe you didn't remove his vetting status for the reasons given on page 3 of the report. And if we just bring the report back up again, MPS 0749721, at page 3, it's at tab B 140 of the bundle.
Sorry, have you taken the wrong one down?
Page 3.
Is the right one?
We just need the right page.
No, it's the wrong document on the screen. You want
749721. Page 3.
Thank you.
And if we see the second paragraph there, does that set out the reasons you think that at the time you were considering Mr. Thompson's vetting status, you didn't remove his status at that time?
Yes, I'd taken advice on that.
Legal advice?
I think I took the advice of the DPS on that.
And so this seems to be focused upon the historic nature of the allegations that he'd been in post in SO1, so in protection for 10 years, that he'd had his vetting reviewed twice in that time, those decisions were carried out by a number of senior officers backed by the commander of Special Branch, who had the relevant authority to make those decisions. And that the nature and background to the alleged misconduct would need to be shared, at least in part, with the external body. Does that accord with your recollection now of your thinking?
Yes, the vetting authority was independent. I should have probably put that in there. The vetting authority was independent, so in their independent view, it wasn't. It was his vetting was given to him, and that was endorsed by Commander Special Branch.
So your decision was not to revisit his vetting status, but instead to mitigate any potential risk by moving him from an operational role to a purely administrative position within Protection Squad. Is that right?
Yeah, when I was looking at this, I couldn't remember exactly what I did, but I think that's what I did. Because my concern was we were in a time-critical position because principals were going to arrive. There was not sufficient time for the second investigation, the current investigation into a different issue to be concluded. I was advised by the DPS and the vetting unit that it was unlikely that his vetting would be removed because it had been in place for 10 years and there had been no concerns for those 10 years. And yet I still had to make a decision because I had a principal arriving and I wasn't sure of the person that would carry firearms to protect him. And I felt that it was important to let the DPS current investigation run, but also to protect the operation of the Olympic Games. And therefore, that is what I think I did.
Thank you. Could we look at MPS 0719722, please? It's at tab B42 of the bundle. This was a report by HN145 on Mr. Thompson, and as it says, was entitled An Overview and Summary of Inquiries made in relation to him and the misconduct, the historic misconduct. Can we look, please, at page 10, paragraph 4.2.2? I'll give you a moment to read it. It's actually the bit below that as well. Thank you. And you'll tell me when you're finished.
Yeah.
And I just want to draw your attention in particular to the number of telephone calls, 301, to the woman that we're calling Ellie, who we now know, HN16, Mr. Thompson, had a sexual relationship with whilst undercover. Can we go over the page to page 11, please, at 4.2.3? This is headed Relationships. I'll give you a moment to read it.
Okay.
And
I don't remember seeing this before.
it's certainly material from HN153. It was a report on Thompson's conduct, which we understand you were briefed on as part of your consideration of his historic conduct in relation to your review of his vetting status. But if you don't recall it, then obviously you must say. But at paragraph 4.2.4 on the same page, please, page 11. There's reference in the first line there to the obviously close association with Ellie, Wendy and Sarah being somewhat concerning in view of their close proximity to his real ex-wife and children in a particular area. We now know that, as I said, Mr. Thompson was in a sexual relationship with Ellie and also at one time with Sarah whilst undercover. And if we can look finally then please at page 12, paragraph 4.3. And the summary of action required at the top. the question of what has been D.S. Thompson's relationship with Ellie, Wendy and Sarah is the top bullet point there.
I'm sorry, was this included in my bundle?
So far as I'm aware, yes. Tab B42 of the bundle. As far as I'm aware, yes. We can double check. What I'd like to ask you, please, is in relation to, at the time you were dealing with Mr. Thompson's vetting status, the scandal in terms of sexual relationships undercover had hit the press. It was in the mainstream media. Did reading the paperwork on Mr. Thompson raise any alarm bells with you about the possibility of a sexual relationship undercover?
I don't remember seeing this document. When was I shown this document by whatever the nominal's called?
HN53.
HN53.
Could you just confirm the date of the document?
Yes, it's the 5th of July 2002.
That I was shown the document.
That's the date of the document.
I don't think I've ever seen this document.
It was in the Rule 9. You were asked about it in your Rule 9 by this inquiry.
I was asked about his vetting status, but I don't recall ever seeing this. Was this one of the things that came today?
No, it was in your Rule 9.
I don't remember seeing this.
So is your evidence that the material that you saw didn't raise any particular suspicion of a sexual relationship by Mr. Thompson whilst undercover?
I mean, my primary concern then was the protection of the principals, but I don't remember seeing this at all. And I would have been concerned if I'd seen it. I don't recall seeing this.
If you had seen it, let's assume for the purpose of my question that you did, the contents of it should have raised such a suspicion, shouldn't it?
But I don't recall seeing it. So
But
you're asking me a
assuming-
hypothetical.
Yes, I am. Assuming you did see it, it should have raised at least the suspicion of a sexual relationship, shouldn't it?
So am I obliged to answer hypotheticals?
I think probably this issue has been pursued as far as need be.
Yep, I can move on, sir. Thank you. That can be taken down, thank you. In relation to your commissioning of the Walton review, please, you requested DCI Richard Walton to conduct a review particularly focused upon the SDS, is that right?
Yes.
And it was to review processes by which records are maintained and reviewed within the SDS, to include local policy and procedures, particularly in relation to staff welfare, the mechanism for tasking field officers in relation to the MPSB intelligence requirement, submission and handling of intelligence from field officers, and compliance with RIPA. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes. Could you refer me to the paragraph in my statement, please?
Yes, I can. It's paragraph 52, page 23. Or we can bring up the document with the terms of reference if you prefer. So for your reference, the document is MPS 0736907 at tab B90.
Yes.
In relation to that document then, please, 0736907. At page 16, please. This is the conclusions of the Walton Review. And I just want to look at a couple of them, please, briefly. Conclusion 64. And I'll give you a moment to read that.
Yes.
Was the concern being expressed there, did you understand that to be that essentially S-Squad and the SDS itself were driving the targeting of particular areas and particular groups without being led by Special Branch's strategic aims and objectives?
No, it told me there wasn't a formal policy clarifying that.
Was there such a concern underlying the lack of policy?
I wasn't made aware of that. I took it at face value. That's what I was briefed.
In the sense that SDS operations may not accurately reflect Special Branch's priorities?
No, it purely was that there was no formal policy written down clarifying its purpose and strategic objectives. So Richard was suggesting that this be done, and I agreed with that.
Could we look at conclusion 66 then, just a little bit further down the page, and I'll give you a moment to read that one. Did that conclusion reflect that concern that SDS operations may not reflect Special Branch's priorities at the time of this review?
Well, I think, as I've explained, Special Branch was a large organisation, and if you're talking about Special Branch's main focus at the time I was commander, it had definitely changed to international terrorism.
Yes.
But within that overarching, there was still the need to look at specific other items. For example, protection, and extremism. And so SDS was rightly focused on extremism and threats to public order, as have been highlighted here. However, as Richard says, there may have been scope to look broader on the basis that the overarching objectives of Special Branch also included international terrorism, and was there scope for that to be included in SDS terms of reference and SDS's scope of work. And I think that did need to be looked at, and we did need to think about, is it time to change their targeting?
The recommendations that relate to these particular conclusions are at recommendations 6 and 7 on page 18, please. Just at the bottom, 6 and 7.
Yes.
Do those seem to relate to those particular conclusions that I've just taken you to?
I think the first one does, recommendation 6.
Thank you. In relation to, if we could just go back to page 16, please, conclusion 69. This is in respect of Mr. Walton's review of compliance with RIPA that we touched upon briefly this morning, in that he had found some minor errors relating to signatures and dates, but otherwise compliance with RIPA was good. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that a reassuring conclusion as a result of this review? That the SDS was complying with its RIPA
It was reassuring.
and
It
substance.
was reassuring, but I can assure you I was never complacent.
D.I. Walton says that he was not given access to any UCO intelligence reports. Were you aware of that?
No, I don't think so.
Had you envisaged that he would have such access in conducting this review?
I can't remember what I thought at the time, to be honest, but I'd selected Richard Walton because he had been in special branch a couple of times briefly before, and I thought that he was vetted to the appropriate level and he was known within special branch, and I thought that would facilitate the confidence to include him in issues that he thought relevant.
Could he have competently reviewed the submission and handling of intelligence from field officers and its compliance with RIPA without access to any intelligence reports?
I think that's a question for him.
Well, what's your view? How could he have done that without viewing any UCO intelligence reports?
He presumably saw just the summaries, is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm asking if you think his review was fit for purpose and he could competently carry it out if he didn't review any UCO intelligence reports. What was your view as commander?
I didn't know he hadn't reviewed the intelligence.
But would you have expected him to do so in order to competently carry out this review?
I thought he would be given access to SDS intelligence.
Thank you. In relation to the recommendations that he made in relation to this report, you have said that you reviewed them, you accepted them, and you gave instructions to Detective Superintendent Bernard, also known as Joe Connell, and we have the document MPS 05270008 at tab B89 of the bundle, and that records that on the 17th of May 2004, you gave him instructions, please see comments on Richard's report, please lead on changes required. Do you remember that?
That's my handwriting. So I wrote that.
To what extent are you aware of those changes being implemented?
That would be on the docket, as I previously explained. I can't I said all of them should be. My understanding is that they were in progress. I can't now remember the status of that progress without reference to the docket.
And would you have followed up? Would you have wanted to keep abreast of?
Yes,
the
I mean,
progress
those
being
dockets
made?
were in my possession on a weekly basis.
And would you have briefed AXO Vanessa on the progress of implementation of those changes?
I would have, I don't know. I think I would have definitely told him, I would have briefed him about the terms of reference, I would have briefed him about the recommendations, and I would have told him that I had endorsed all of those recommendations and that they were being enacted. He would trust me to get on with it, as I would trust other people I'd given the responsibility to get on with it.
In relation to Project 3, which occurred after the Walton review, we think we've dated the Project 3 to be somewhere around September 2004. Is that your recollection? Can you help us with the date of Project 3?
Sometime in 2004. Can't help you further.
Project 3 was a review of intelligence acquisition across special branch units, including the SDS, with a particular focus on its tasking and role within the wider intelligence framework. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Detective Superintendent Fuller at MPS 05279094 at tab B106 of the bundle at page 9. He recorded in relation to Project 3 that potentially the SDS is the jewel in the MPSB's crown. It is an area where we could add value that no other agency can. Do you see that in the middle of the page? And if you want to see the previous page, we could go back. It's in relation to recommendation 23. It's redacted, but in terms of his view that the SDS was the jewel in the MPSB's crown, did you agree with that view at the time?
I don't think it was the jewel in the MPS's crown, but I think there's some context that has been redacted before and after that would perhaps help with that comment.
Thank you. What was the value to be added that no other agency could, so far as you understood?
The deep undercover operatives did give a lot of very valuable intelligence that in the past certainly had saved lives.
At this time, then, is it fair to say that despite the Walton Review and Project 3 giving some recommendations for some changes or some improvements, you were still of the general view that the SDS was serving a useful purpose?
I did think the SDS served a useful purpose.
Can we move on then? That can be taken down, thank you. Can we move on then, please, to the Crane Review? This was a review you commissioned into the systems and structures of the SDS.
Yes.
In December 2004. The document is MPS 0749483. Tab B112, sir. And this review was to look into the SDS deployments with regard to RIPA and the Human Rights Act, to review the decision-making process regarding the areas into which UCOs were deployed, to review the training given to SDS UCOs and compare this to NUTAC standards, which were the standards in relation to undercover operatives in relation to criminal deployments, and review the unit's operational security. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes.
At page 7, please. The key findings are set out, in particular the overall finding at the top of the page of the review was that the concept of the special duties section is excellent and should be continued as a key intelligence tool against both domestic and international extremism. And then there was an acknowledgement that whilst the overall concept is excellent, there were areas where improvements could be made in common with other reviews. Did you agree with that overarching finding when you received this review?
I wasn't very impressed with this review, full stop. because I felt it didn't give me what I needed. I felt it had extended beyond its terms of reference, and I felt that some of its recommendations were not well thought through. So I didn't have the confidence in this review that I had in the other reviews that I commissioned, which is a shame, because I commissioned this review from someone who had a good reputation for understanding undercover work and was independent of Special Branch, had never been in Special Branch. So I had high expectations of what would come my way.
But in terms of the overall finding that the concept of the SDS was excellent and should be continued as a key intelligence tool against both domestic and international streamers, as a general proposition, did you agree with that?
I didn't think it was excellent. I thought there was room for improvement,
Yes.
and that is why when what was he then? Superintendent Fuller talked to the unit, really read these findings, and then came up with a set of recommendations that did make changes. I supported all of those. If I'd have thought it was excellent, there'd have been no reason to accept any of that or to change it in any way.
But other than the word excellent, did you agree that the SDS should continue as a valuable intelligence tool against extremism?
Yes.
You've agreed that there was room for improvement, and we'll come to some of the recommendations in a moment. But could you just explain, you've touched upon that you weren't terribly impressed because the review didn't give you what you need, it didn't adequately address the terms of reference, and you said that it also strayed beyond them. In what ways in particular did it do that?
I can't remember now the specifics of what I was disappointed with. I just remember it not reading well, it not meeting my needs, it wasn't focused in on the terms of reference given, and had strayed. And that, I'm afraid, that is one of my key gripes. If I give terms of reference, I want people to stay within the terms of reference, because that's what I want to know.
Understood. We know that DI-HN53 and DCI Dell, the SDS, DI and DCI, were also very dissatisfied with this report and its recommendations. HN53 recorded his views in a document prepared in advance of a meeting with you. It's at MPS 0527478. It's at tab B113 of the bundle, and it's paragraph 1.2 at page 10. And particularly the second sentence: in my 27 years of service in Special Branch, I have never read a police document which is so dishonest, inadequately researched, poorly written and self-seeking. DCI Michael Dell commented on the Crane Review report in similarly strongly worded terms. It's page 21 of the same document, please, at paragraph 2. And he records in the second paragraph there, 1 week after receiving my copy, I have no doubt that SC's report is a shoddy and thoroughly dishonest piece of work. These qualities are by no means original. It follows the police research by number methodology of working backwards from your conclusion, fortified by the pious notion that you are in the vanguard of change and secure in the knowledge that this open and transparent outfit will not allow challenge of your premise, assumptions or conclusions until it feels like swapping your bunch of certainties for the latest faddish orthodoxy. What was your reaction to HN53 and DCI Michael Dell's comments in this regard?
I had the highest regard for these two officers. I really thought that they were intelligent and careful and precise. This language was obviously, they were very, very upset and very angry. I wasn't upset and angry by the report, but they obviously felt it very personally. So my reaction was, okay, that's how you feel. I read that as feelings, noise, feelings. And I thought, okay, I need someone to go in, calm the situation down, look at the terms of reference I've been asked, talk to these people carefully, explain to them that we need to be absolutely on the top of our game and make sure that this unit is run very efficiently and very effectively and is fit for purpose for the future. Let's get recommendations from this work, from their personal experience, and from those terms of reference so that we could achieve those objectives.
So you referred the review to Detective Superintendent Fuller to provide you with his views and those of SDS management as a result.
I briefed him to, let's calm it down, let's forget the noise, and let's actually get some work done here.
And so he duly looked at the report and the recommendations, and all 22 of them, and he made comments in relation to each of those 22 recommendations in his report at page 9, and it's MPS 05274778 at page 9.
Can I see those, please?
And then over the page, please. So we can see from the introduction there that this is the report that Mr.
Could you just
Fuller
blow it up for me, please?
prepared as a result of your request for... Oh, no, sorry, that's the wrong page. Where's his recommendation? Page 8, these ones. Apologies, there we go. So he goes through the particular recommendations. If we could look, please, at page 6. It's recommendation 10. This was the recommendation from Mr. Crane that all requests for strategic tasking of the SDS should be submitted to the MPSB Coordination and Tasking Group for consideration against MPSB priorities.
Yeah.
And it recorded Superintendent Fuller's view below. I'm in consultation with Detective Superintendent Walton regarding strategic tasking. Effectively, his response to this recommendation was, well, the CTG is not the appropriate body to do it, but he essentially accepted the substance of DS Crane's finding and recommendation that strategic tasking did indeed need to reflect special branches' priorities. Would you agree?
Okay, I think there's a confusion between tasking and targeting. So targeting comes from the control strategy. That's a strategic decision. Tasking is what those people, once in situ, are asked to do.
But would you accept that whilst he thought that tasking, which is what this recommendation was about, wasn't a matter for the CTG, he nevertheless accepted the recommendation?
All requests for strategic tasking SGS should be submitted to the MPS tasking group for consideration. Okay.
He records that a strategic view of future risk needs to inform in which area deployments take place. And that wasn't, the CTG wasn't the best vehicle.
Can I just read this? Sorry. I'm in consultant. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sorry. Now I'll ask you a question, sorry.
Well, do you accept that whilst the CTG in Detective Superintendent Fuller's view wasn't the appropriate body to do it, there was an acceptance of DS Crane's finding that strategic tasking needed to reflect Special Branch's priorities?
I don't. Okay. I think I come back to the targeting and tasking. On the strategic targeting, that should come from the control strategy. And then on the tasking, I think he's suggesting that the MPS, the Special Branch as a whole needed to have greater input to the tasking, which I agree with.
Yes, and whilst DS Crane had suggested that be done by the CTG, and Detective Superintendent Fuller didn't agree with that, he did agree with the premise that there needed to be Special Branch input into tasking.
Yes.
Thank you. Can we look at page 7, recommendation 12, please? I'll give you a moment to read it, but it's clear that Detective Superintendent Fuller accepted DS Crane's recommendation in this regard, isn't it?
Yes.
And you agreed with Detective Superintendent Fuller that this recommendation should be accepted?
Yes.
If we zoom back out again, please. Detective Superintendent Fuller recommended in relation to recommendations 13 to 19 inclusive that all of those recommendations by DS Crane be accepted.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Williams, you made two witness statements for the inquiry last year. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
And I think it says, I don't need to pull this up onto the screen, but in your first statement, you say your witness pack was 17 lever arch files of documents, and you were asked 873 questions.
I was.
That sounds about right.
Yes.
There have been various points today where you haven't been sure if you've seen a particular document before, either at the time or when you made the statements last year.
Yes.
I mean, given the volume, would you expect to have remembered each and every one of those documents now?
No, but I would have. Some of the documents where I showed confusion, it's just. I think they were in the bundle from this morning, and I think that they'd been available for a long time. And I think if I'd have had time to properly consider those and the context of those and really think it through, I would have been more helpful to the inquiry. That was my point.
Thank you. That's all, sir. Thank you.
I'm afraid I have a question for you. Two questions. When you started your work as Commander of Special Branch, you had no reason to think that there had been any significant misdeeds in the Special Demonstration Squad, a small part of your responsibility to be. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during your 2 years and 1 month as Commander of Special Branch, I have the impression, and correct me if I'm wrong, that your focus was on getting things done right then.
Yes. To be honest, yes. I mean, it was an unprecedented time in our history. You know, we did have bombs going off in London. We had the Jean-Charles de Menezes. We had the G8 conference as well in Scotland. And I had a huge modernisation job to do. It wasn't that I was blinkered to what had happened in the past. It's just there are so many hours in the day, and you look at what you've been tasked to do, and I knew that it was important to get Special Branch in as best position as possible for the benefit of the Metropolitan Police and the citizens of London, and not to lose some capability because it wasn't sufficiently modernised. So I felt a huge burden on me to do that, and I tried to do it to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Your evidence today is now complete.
Thank you.
I can't speak about the distant future because what we know as Tranche 4, the investigation of the NPOIU, is not going to be done by me.
Okay, sir. I'm sure you're relieved.
I'm under orders from my wife to retire permanently at a time when most people have been retired for many years anyway.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you. I may need it. Until tomorrow
Thank you, sir.
10 o'clock.